All right, now we just have to make sure that this thing is showing the right thing. Now, cancel that. Where do I edit settings for this thing? Here maybe? There we go, public, done, save. So if we do this now, will this work? Yes, it will. Oh, stupid thing. Okay. YouTube. Can we just go to live? Will that work? Yes, it will. There we go. Oh, and then it broke the Twitch thing. Okay. Discord, you are not working. That makes you a little bit rubbish. Okay, there we go. Oh my god. So you can't have two or... Alright, I give up. I give up. It's all rhubarb. Okay, let's get rid of that one. Maybe not do that. No? Why don't we keep doing the same thing over and over again as well? There we go. Okay, now all I'm missing, and you, is music. But you can get your own music. Okay, that should suffice. What is that noise? Oh, it's my own voice. Look at that. How y'all doing? Happy Tuesday. Hello, Mackle. Hello, Domcast. Hello, Gambro. Hello, Enrico. Hello, Anna. Hello, Marvin. Hello, McNett. Hello, Dev Chris. Hello, Tanak. How you all doing? Hope you're having a good day so far. We are going to do a little bit more of the old AABB, which is the axis aligned bounding box. And of course, the moment I stopped streaming, it took me a very short time to figure this out. So we're good for the implementation part of this. We're going to do a little bit of testing as well. You know what? It wouldn't be a stream if I didn't do a systems update while I'm streaming, right? Let's see. We are going to... let's open up the... This is what we want, right? No, that's what we want. There we go. It's day 5. AABB or axis aligned bounding box. There we go. Right. And eventually we'll do the inclusion zone. Right. So that should be the thing. Right. Hello, Yusef. Hello, Enrico. Wait, no, hello. No, take that hello back. You already got one, right? Yes, I'm still on X11. And let's do a game doll. GameDoll.wtf/classic. We are going to wait a couple of minutes. Just a couple of minutes for that one, right? That is music theory, Tanak. Get out of here. The theory that what you're saying is music theory. There you go, right? Hello, Janelle. Yeah, I had to skip country yesterday for a little bit, and then I had to come back. So I never got around to actually streaming yesterday. By the time I got home, I was so tired. Um, but yeah, you know what I still haven't done? Still haven't cleaned this keyboard. Gross. Should probably do that as well, right? Um, you're writing Rust. Good choice, Privan. Good choice. You should be at work. All right, nice one. Not having to be at work. Seems pretty good, though, Janelle. Okay. 1.5 minutes, and then I'm gonna assume that Bonen is not gonna turn up for the game though. So yes, lots of shopping. I forgot my notebook, so let me go and get my notebook, and then we're gonna hop to it, right? All right, should we have a peaceful, silent moment for Marvin, who has to deal with the beauty of CSS or cascading terrible issues? Very good, Kek. I review your Rust code and I say it's pretty good. You're missing a function body though, right? But other than that, I think it's pretty good. Okay, so what do we do next? We are... Okay, oh, YouTube, why are you such a goblin? Honestly. You can't resize. YouTube is the worst, all right? You can't resize the chat. You can't, if you pop it out, you get a placeholder that's in the way anyway. So it's just bad. It's just straight up bad. Okay. YouTube, you should be ashamed of yourself. All right. I think we've passed the 10 minutes, so let's do the game though. And let's hop to it. This is Nelly. I can't even place the year on this thing. I would guess this is some kind of Pokemon. Pokemon. All right. Pokemon. Isn't it like a sword, Pokemon Sword and Shield thing that came out for the Switch? Good grief. Do you have enough Pokemons in there? Look at that. Look at that, right? I was looking into this when my kid was into Pokemon. Well, I'm going to assume this is SWAT. Okay, let's guess SWAT for no. Payday? Nah, it's not Payday because that has that thing, right? Is this one of those Tom Clancy thing? It's not Ghost Recon. It's not Rainbow Six either. And it's not Splinter Cell. And it's not The Division. You know what? I don't know. I don't know this one. Bah? All right. Battlefield Bad Company. Okay. So it's Battlefield then. Okay, I mean, that was just a lucky guess more than anything, right? So there we go. Did anyone get it? How's it going, Monokuma? You have something cool to. You got engaged? Yeah. Well, you did mention that you were gonna do it, so I take it either she said yes or you quickly got engaged to yourself. Congratulations, Privan. Well done, you. Seems like a good thing to do, right? Get used to the contracts now that you're going into business with yourself, right? You're trying to say Dennis Rodman. It was hardline. And thank you for being a subscriber and never chatted before, Jost. That is fantastic. All right. Thank you for chatting, I should say. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you for chatting. It was about time. Yeah. It was about time for you to get engaged to Dennis Rodman, right? What do we got today? Yeah, so we have axis aligned bounding boxes, right? Oh, it's all good though. Hello, Keeney. Thank you for chatting nonetheless. So what are axis aligned bounding boxes and what are we gonna do with them, right? Well, okay, let me go through this briefly before we get into what we're gonna do, right? So, okay, I've already drawn this up, okay? So this is going to be what we call the player inclusion zone, right? Anything in the world that we want to present to the client to be drawn has to, well, it doesn't have to, but can be filtered through the player exclusion zone, right? Hello, Kuman. Hello, JB. You don't have to, but you can filter your objects in the world through this thing. It's a way of doing so, right? And because we want to do this fast as possible, meaning we don't care about 100% accuracy, right? So yeah, every entity that exists in the world has some kind of location, right? There are a few exceptions maybe, but let's say your average entity has a location and a size, okay? And this is known as the bounding box around the object in the world. Now, if an object exists, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for a gift sub to Rust in Peace. RIP. Thank you, Anonymous. I always appreciate your gift subs. They are pretty good. And I do wonder if you actually guess the names or if you sort of like find them. I do wonder, Anonymous. I wonder about the life you lead and how you solve these intricacies. But let's get on with that, shall we? So we have these things called the bounding box, right? Now, if I position this box here, it is going to be visible, right? But if I rotate this box, I might have to do a little bit of movement after. So you can see how it can sort of go between being visible and not visible, right? As long as it intersects the inclusion zone, it becomes part of the data that is sent to the client, right? Oh, mierda. Right. So we would have to do a lot more maths if we were going to figure out whether this thing is in there or not, right? But rather than doing that kind of that level of math, all we're gonna do is we're gonna make this bounding box change size as this thing rotates, right? So if I were to place this bounding box for this object in the world here, right, it would look like this, okay? But if I then go to rotate this object like this, now the box would expand to fit this object, right? So we're only really looking at this thing, right? There are some obvious problems with this, and now this thing would qualify as intersecting and be part of the world, right? Create a user, give it a... Oh no, that's really, I mean, that's more work, isn't it? They're in for the long term. So yes, anyway, thank you, Anonymous. So yeah, so this thing would include this in the data that we send to the client. So what is the obvious problem with this? If you are doing any kind of competitive multiplayer game where someone is really out to cheat to the best of their ability, they would be able to deduce the location of this unit, even though it might not be visible, right? So yeah, anyway, but since everyone has the same premise, blah, 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 right? So that's what we're going to do today. And we are going to hop to it, shall we? Let's go to Bungin, which we've named this thing. We're going to look at geometry. I should probably come up with a better name for this thing rather than just calling it Geo. So there's a couple of things that we need to do to create this bounding box. So one of them is to what was it? I wanted to do with rotation anyway. I have no memory. Either way, wouldn't it be better to use a bit bigger bounding box, which would be independent of rotation, so it's faster to compute? No, I don't think that's then I mean, you could do that, but then you're just trading data for computation, right? And it's not really going to matter in this case. It would just be more data to keep track of, right? The computation to rotate the bounding box isn't particularly complicated after all. So no, I think, and how are you going to calculate that bounding box anyway? Are you just going to guess the size of it? I don't think it's a problem. And in other words, I'm not going to change my plan that I've committed to. I'm just telling you guys what I'm doing, right? So let's go and look at the vector. So we need to do the corner rotation. Okay, well, we have a vector rotation here, and this is why I kind of left this off, right? This doesn't pass. Actually, I left some broken code in there, evidently. Right, yeah, we can't do this thing, right? But here's a problem. When you have floating point numbers, they might be close, but they're not quite close because of precision errors, right? So we're going to add an equality. We're going to add an equality to this thing where we can say this one is equality epsilon, right? And then we're going to pass in the secondary vector to this thing, right? That's how we're going to do this. So we'll use an epsilon value to say as long as it's within this numerical range. Now, whether that's a good idea or not is a different story, but I'm quite content with having that for now. So we're going to deal with it, right? Let's go to the vector here. And let's see, that one has a prefix size. This one, on the other hand, we can do. Okay, I don't want that up there. I want it down there instead. And then we do public function equal epsilon. We're going to take a reference to self. We're going to take another, which is going to be a self, and it's going to return a bool. And we're going to do that. All right. So we can do the calculation here. I did think about doing this yesterday, which is why I asked that question on Discord, which got one person answering. All right. And I said something salty to the wife. How come whenever I want information, no one gives it to me? But when I don't want it or it's not relevant, then people are happy to tell me what to do, right? And then she just laughed at my miserable self, and she did the hand gesture equivalent of toughen up, princess, right? All right. So if we were to say self.x, or rather, we would have to go through all of them, right? So for I in 0 to, whoops, 0 to near them, well, now that would be a thing, wouldn't it? We have to make these values absolute as well. Welcome to Discord. What was it doing? Self 0 I, abs, minus other 0 I abs, and this value, if this value is larger than the epsilon value, which will be here, const eps. Now there is an epsilon value already in F32 constant, but that one might be too small, right? So we're not gonna deal with that one. Let's see, that will be an F32. We can start off with F32 const epsilon here, right? And if this is larger than eps, then we're going to return false here, right? Otherwise, it's true. Really? Maybe it's straight there then. Okay, cool. Do we have any trait bounds here? We do have add a sign here, but technically we don't need that. So we can put the where clause here, where t is sub. Assuming sub is there. And we need partial odd for the output, which is gonna be shit. What am I missing here? T as sub, or T is the output. The output's going to be self, so that's okay. So we just need T. Thank you for the follow, to implement partial odd to be fine. Oh, really? Okay, so partial odd F32 then, to be specific here. I think I'm just gonna get rid of all the non-floating point values. It is just, we can do it, but having the fixed sizes and such is probably all we need, all things considered, right? It would have been nice to operate on some values not using floating point values, right? So when you're dealing with things in the world of 2D, things can generally be thought of as pixels, and dealing with pixel values are kind of easy, right? So you say that regardless of your screen size, what you're observing is a total of 320 by 200 pixels, hypothetically, right? Let's say that's the case, right? So then when you want to move something a pixel, you just move it a pixel, right? You don't have to worry about fractions. But I think we're just going to take it down to well, we kind of made it this far. Is that going to be... The F32 thing is a little bit wrong. You know what we're going to do for now? We're going to cast this. That should be okay. Well, actually, if we cast this and this, I think we have the cast bound on there. So that should be... Wait, why is that not an F32? Num cast F32. Like so. There we go, right? So we're kind of casting it to F32s. It's not that great, but let's see if we can get this test to compile. It does, and it works, even though we use that epsilon value. So maybe it is sufficient then. Maybe we can use that in that case. That seems quite all right. But that's our rotation done, right? So we've implemented rotation on the vector, right? And as per everything, I like being analog these days. So I write things down in my notebook. What was the last thing I wrote down? Server disconnect, really? Have that written down already? Oh no, this is into the math space, isn't it? Oh no, there was vector rotation. Okay, right, yes. So, I wrote down the vector rotation math. I figured that one out. Thank you so much for the 2 months, Robbo. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I think it's a vector rotation was kind of easy once I stopped doing this during stream, and then Temporis asked me like, "Are you still thick?" And I was like, "Nah," and it was like 5 minutes, and then it was solved, right? So okay, so now we have vector rotation. And we have a way to test this. So we're going to do a little bit of cleaning up of this code before we continue. As you can see, we got 69 warnings. Yes, you are allowed to be excited about that, but I kind of feel like we must move on from there as a human race at some point, right? Anyway, function cannot return without recursing. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, now that's really bad. So let's go to lib 75 and let's have a look at this thing. Yeah, that is just dreadful. Is this not how we do it? Oh man, I haven't written this in so long. Then why would we need that? If we're gonna get rid of this anyway, and this one would also recurse. This is really bad, right? I thought we could have cast self as U32. But apparently not. No, that's because we implemented that one for self as well. Well, I guess we can call U32 abs self, right? Sorry, I'm having a temporary lapse of sanity. All right, there we go. Oh no, that's an I32. That is the F32. All right, let's get rid of some more warnings, shall we? Cannot return without recursion. I thought we just did this. That should not recurse, but it does. And that doesn't exist. There's no... Maybe there's no abs in there. Maybe Rust doesn't have abs. There certainly is an abs for this guy. A U32 doesn't have to have one. U32 just returns self, right? That would be... It would be dumbass to not do that, right? Okay, the absolute value cannot be represented as an I32. In attempt to calculate will cause an overflow. This means the code in debug mode will trigger a panic. Okay, cool. I didn't know about that, right? So we can't do that, right? Maybe this is just a bad function name, but still, let's have a look at this. Rust traits, conflicting function name. Now this probably will tell us about when you can have multiple traits with the same function name, and that's when you do self as trait colon or colon blah 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 to solve that, right? But what do you do when you have a name clash with a concrete implementation, right? Oh, are we not using dark mode? Sorry about that. Okay, this is kind of what we're looking for, right? I mean, that's what I thought I did, but Rust complains that this is not the right thing to do. You know, I'm a little bit uncertain about this, so let's just test this and say x u32 is 0 and then x abs. Yeah, that failing test is a different story. Hmm. That is just mildly interesting. Nope, no issues there either. There, we have some issues. All right. Oh. No. So I don't get why I'm getting warnings for this when it clearly isn't an issue. Then arguably the warnings are wrong. No, the warnings are gone now. Oh, well, that was convenient. And all of a sudden we're left with like 4 warnings. Okay, cool. Let's just get through this one then, right? Corner. Yeah, this one I am not done with. So we're not going to deal with that one. The rect at 31. Center. Is this one wrong? Oh, we don't use the height. Axis aligned bounding bunny. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? I was wondering if you were gonna, you know why? I think you didn't see the notification last time was probably because I accidentally made that stream unlisted, but I made this one listed. So anyway, happy to see you, buddy. So, okay, right. So we got the height and that is 2 divided by rect start y, right? Going okay. Nice one. Nice one. Oh no, in a meeting. Well, you know what? It can only go up from here. For some reason, unbeknownst to myself, I feel like I want to do this instead. And I can't even tell you why, but I do. Anyway. So that's a new vector. Okay, we can make sure that that one works, right? But we're gonna clear off the warnings first, okay? We don't need the number trait apparently. We don't need numcast. We don't need position. Oh man, maybe it's time to just get rid of everything and just use floating point numbers, right? Why bother? You weren't subscribed to the channel either? Oh no, I moved around. I messed around with my channels just a little bit, but I think I've sort of settled down now a little bit in how I'm gonna do this. Okay, we're gonna do this. Okay, let's get through the to do, right? Remove generics from everything in geo. Make it float. What else would it do? Clear out all the warnings. Test centering function for rect. And I think that's what we need to do before we can get on with this, right? Someone has had that, Keeney. All right, let's go to the vector and let's get rid of t. This is gonna be really nice though, right? This is gonna be nice because then we can get rid of that. We can probably derive pod and zeroable here. Whoops. Get rid of that. Oh, look at that. Yeah. This is making it absolute. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, we already have that on the vector as well. Oof. Don't understand the question, but it's all right. I don't understand half the things people tell me, so that's also okay. So default would just be 0, right? So why wouldn't we return 0 here? Right? Look at all this junk. Goodbye, T. Also, incidentally, I'm out of T. Okay. Resize the vector. to a new size. What a genius comment that is. That data is just going to be default. Well, it can be 0. F32 there. Result is starting off at 0. This is calculating the dot product. Okay, so that's fine. Calculate the dot product of the vector, or the vector if you're so inclined. Okay, this one, I don't know if we're gonna keep this one or not. We're gonna make this exist only in the crate for now. And then there's no casting happening anymore. Oh man, I feel so liberated just getting rid of that generic. It was kind of cool, but then it wasn't. Everything is F32. Everything computer. Alright, everything F32. There we go. Okay, now this one is a little bit... okay, get the first value of the vector. Generally used to represent the x-axis. Set the first value of the vector. Okay. Set the second value of the vector. Now, I don't know. This is a little bit wonky. Hello, Ergo. How you doing? Yeah, if I need it, I'll probably do something like that, Tenak. Okay, so we have a dedicated to here. Yeah. So let's use this then, right? Blah, blah. That is constant. That is fine. That is a constant. That is fine. Wait, if all these are constants, why are you not a constant? Now you are. Can't have mutable constants. That is not. But neither is that. But if we have set y, we definitely should have y as well, shouldn't we? So it kind of feels weird to have x and y, but no set. Ooh, now we can't express things with const generics, say things like to and upwards, right? It would have been very cool if we could, but we cannot. So we can use assertions here. We could also make this into... I wonder if we can do this. Okay, so that one is foreseeable, right? So impl unsafe impl searable for vector n use size. Really? The same thing for pod? I thought we could have that. Apparently I was wrong. Pansy? Not a thing. Alright, now we can get rid of these. And then these position to these and what have you, we can just get rid of that one as well. We're going to get rid of the size as well on top of all this. So that one is a quick fix. We're not quite done yet, but we're just going to go for it here. We just get rid of all these things. At some point, we can get rid of the number traits as well, which will make things even more clean. There's quite a lot of things to break here, but they are so convenient to fix because of the type system of Rust. I think even the biggest Rust haters has to acknowledge the fact that the Rust type system is certainly something that makes for a very good topic of conversation when you're trying to pick up a girl. All right, so let's get rid of these things. Well, not quite rod band. So I kind of burned out a little bit on the TUI stuff, and I left it in a state where there's like this one bug outstanding, but I can't get myself to deal with that bug. I'm almost there, but I need a little bit more brain rest from that before I feel like I'm ready to tackle it. But hopefully not too long until we can do that. Oh, the F34. So we can also make up in new numerical types, right? So good. I'm still very excited about it, and I look forward to actually releasing it. I feel like it's a game changer as far as text user interfaces go. Let's get rid of that. F32. But again, I need to get out of that like brain funk before I can do that. All these number types going away. I'm sorry, future me, for what you're about to have to deal with, but current me is very happy. Whoops, no, F32. There we go. More cleanup. More cleanup. More cleanup. There we go. So we can just make that, right? Now this one was a bit of a funny one, but we don't need this anymore. We don't do any of the casting either, so that's an F32 to a vector. And then, so the sad thing here is that we don't get to do this fun thing here with the array mapping, right? But you know, so there is that. But there we are. 32. Esto. Right, 27 beautiful things missing, right? 27 beautiful errors, right? All right, so we have mol and mol for vector n, and these are effectively the same. Oh, no, they're not. So that should probably be an F32 for this to not be a conflicting implementation. And there we go. There's another one where we can add self and we can add an F32, right? So this one has the same requirement, right? The reason we don't have to specify one here is because Rust actually has defaults for generic types, right? You can see this if you were to go and inspect a vector, for instance. If you're a vector inspector, then you could find that out, right? Not this kind of vector. I am, of course, talking about the vector that's in the standard library. Well, that wasn't an off course, but it is now, right? Okay, so we have all this casting happening here. We don't need that now. That can go away because everything is now in F32. So get rid of that and that. And that. Size, we're going to do the same treatment for size here, okay? F32 for you. And we are not gonna need, we should be able to do pod and searable here, okay? Whoopsie doodles. But just so I don't have to write that out again, we're gonna get rid of that. More consts. Who doesn't like constants, right? Oh, I don't like this song. Move on. Okay, T for size. Yeah, we don't need that. But we can have the abs if we want to, right? We can do this. I am so excited to see what the follow-up message is going to be from that one. Electrino Valorant. Where could you be going with this? I'm so excited. We don't need to implement number because we're not going to have that anymore. No T there. No generics there. So PyCharm is an IDE by JetBrains, which is pretty good, but it doesn't really have anything to do with Python as such. So what have you... Okay, so PyCharm is good. VS Code is probably quite decent. I mean, you can choose the non-Microsoft version, right? Like VS Codium or whatever. But when you're getting into programming, your IDE isn't that important. So Notepad++ if you're on Windows, it depends on what you want, right? Emacs. and they never programmed again. This is you're not supposed to scare people away, right? Vi. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you're used to, right? I don't think you need to go for anything specific. Why is my hand so red? Anyway, you don't have to go for anything specific. You want to practice some code? Maybe just use an online editor for that then, right? And you don't need to install anything as clunky as an IDE, right? So what do you like? What is it that you want to practice at Electrino, right? Do you want to learn how to program and sort of practice your examples? Or, I mean, a lot of stuff can be done in the REPL as well, right? I mean, you can define functions. You can call functions. You can do all this in the REPL, right? You don't actually need an editor. But if you want to write it down and call Red Hat, very good. Very good, Neuromancer. Very, very clever. Now go to your room. You don't need an IDE. You just need a text editor, right? Yeah, if you're learning Python, then don't worry about it. Just get something that doesn't get in your way, okay? Are you on Windows? Then try Notepad++, okay? It's not going to add a lot of feature that's going to add to the confusion. It's just a text editor with line numbers, which is all you need when you get started. These are clearly supposed to be floating point tuples, like so. Yes, VS Code is a good editor, but it comes with a lot of stuff, right? You gotta understand and get into the editor as well. I try not to make any assumptions around people when it comes to wanting to learn how to program, right? So I kind of I set the bar somewhere in, I don't know how to install software on my computer. That's like, you gotta get past that. And that's where I place you if you want to learn how to program, if I don't know anything else, right? So you look for the thing that has the least amount of visual noise that's going to confuse you, right? And it doesn't help that some of these things try to make you organize things in projects, which is whatever definition of project they have, right? Which is some kind of insanity. No T there. The output is just a size. Do it, Tanak. Thank you for the follow. No, Dido. It's more that people are interested in knowing, getting recommended an editor. And I am recommending an editor that is easy to install, right? And get going with. Because you don't really need a powerful IDE to learn how to program. As a matter of fact, that will probably just get in your way. Can you imagine your first programming language being C# and you've never used an IDE before or whatever, and you're firing up Visual Studio and like all the sign into Microsoft, and you're like, what's Team Foundation Server? What is this thing? What's Visual SourceSafe? And why is it banned? So you want to remove all the noise from someone who's learning to do something, right? you get going, you get things working, you get things going in the most basic of fashions, and then you build on that, right? We do want the vector there. We don't want that. We don't need that. And no casting anymore. The joy. And T can go. What is this thing? This is a square matrix. Yeah, square matrix definitely don't need no T. Ah, okay. Electrano, are you on Windows or Linux? Visual Basic. Yeah, VS 2005, TFS didn't even exist back then, and VS 2005 was not that bad to work with. Right? Okay, so Electrano. Here's the thing, right? To run the code, okay, let me give you some example, right? You're gonna have something that says C:/ sausage. I don't know what it's like users, ham. I don't know what you have, but you're gonna have what's called a file path. Okay, this is a file path. So what you do is you make a Python file. Let me just make a file in here, and we're just gonna do print hello world. Right? Whoops, no semicolon in Python. We're gonna say this as myfile.py. Okay. So if you type dir, you would see that myfile.py in your directory, okay? And then what you do is type Python followed by myfile.py, and it will run the code. Now, in your case, you have to use cd to the right directory where this file exists. So whenever you type dir, you should be able to find the file that you have created. If you don't find it, you're in the wrong directory. So you have to figure out how to get to the directory in your terminal, okay? And in Windows, your terminal is gonna be something like pressing the window key and then typing CMD and hitting enter. That will open, I don't know if Windows has a built-in terminal these days, but that will open what you can use to navigate using CD to get there, right? There is also a way to get there in your file explorer. If you right click and select open command prompt or something like that. Again, I haven't used Windows in decades, so I'm a little bit out of shape when it comes to Windows. I'm a little bit out of shape in general, but I'm out of shape when it comes to Windows. What Freefall is saying is also true. If you use VS Code, you can open a terminal where you need to be. But again, I don't know if VS Code is friendly or not. I use VS Code for when I was helping my child learn how to program. So you could certainly program with VS Code if you're new to programming, right? Again, but I don't know what your level of friction is, of course. So there is that. All right, let's get rid of these things. I don't think using okay, hang on. Oh, I missed some things. Okay, let's just keep going. Keep going, keep cleaning out theirs. Ah, look at that. The number T was there. Can't have that. Ooh, naughty space. Duplicate definition. All right, we can't do that because this new exists for 0 here as well, right? I don't know what I was thinking when I did that. Clearly it wasn't. Whoops. And there we go. Duplicate definition of Y. So let's get rid of Y here as well. We can have that one. We can have this one. These two can be merged. We don't need Y here. We do need set though. And we can have W for this one. And that's the only differences we're going to have here. As a matter of fact, this is dumbassery at its finest, right? I'm adding functionality that I thought I needed, but I don't need. And that is such a big mistake to do when you're programming. If you're adding functionality that you think you need, but you don't actually need it now, then don't do it, right? There is no reason to build a bunch of interfaces if you don't have any plans for them. Don't implement functions because you might need them in the future. This is very rookie stuff to do, right? Don't do it. Okay. From translation. Why is that one? Okay, so it's the T in here. And there's T. Gotta get rid of that T. Oh, get rid of that. Oh, get rid of that. Okay, we're gonna go to lib and we're gonna get rid of all of these traits as well. I think these traits are just, yeah, straight up nanas. There we go. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Now we only have one error left. Unfortunately, when we clear it out, we get a new error. So there is that. Now, we could add the apps implementation for the vector, though. I think that one is perfectly fine to do because we're going to need that anyway. So let's add that one there and then get a vector made of absolute components. Wow, that's a weird way of phrasing it, but you know what? I don't mind. I'll forgive you. Okay, let's chuck the 0 constant there, get rid of this thing, and this is just going to be the default implementation, and there we go. All right, no casting. Okay, it's not TV. From scale has a T. All right, so we're just going to get rid of that one. No casting there, and certainly not there either. And certainly not there either. Oh, this is going to be so nice to get rid of all of this. Deleting code is very pleasant. Okay, now we're on to the server. So we're going to have to deal with this as well, right? Okay, so let's get rid of position px. Now, what do we end up calling this? We could end up calling you a position. I am 2D and, well, I was about to add a 3D, but we don't need that. Ooh, look at all this stuff that we don't need. Probably need those. That is going to be a position 2D. What is data? That's 2D. That is the sprite data. Position 2D. Does there. Esto también. Alright. That's just size. That's 2D. Size 2D. 2D or not 2D? That's not really a question. Thank you for the follow. You won't regret it. This is going to be the most exciting thing you see all day. Also, I am very sorry for setting your expectations so high. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, look at that. New. Okay, 0 is private. We're going to make it not so private. 0 value. You fit right in. Okay, 0 values vector, right? Or rather, a vector with all components set to 0. We are being a little bit silly here. There's no size with 0, right? There's a new. Let's have pubconst 0 self. It's gonna be self new 0. 0 and 0 0. There we go, right? A size with the width and height set to 0. I like how I said 2, but my hands wrote there instead. Create new music. Create a new instance of a size with a given height, width, and height. Don't have to document that one. Don't need number. Number is for nerd. Size don't have generics. Yeah, I did roughly about the same thing. CBD, right? I swapped the 1080 NVIDIA for a RTX 6800. What's the info for that? Anyway, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the 6800 XT. No one cares, right? It's all good. Okay, so these are for physical size. So that's U32 as F32 then, right? I don't love the casting, but it's okay to do it on account of us having lost all that grossness. So what is the size again? All right, so these are F32s, and this has to be cast to U32s, right? Like so. Ooh, look at that. It's compiling already. Whoops. All right, let's quickly go through this. Let's have a look at the matrix. I've been doing a lot of nonsense here. That's trait implementation. That's also a trait implementation. That's our beautiful display function. Let's not look too close at that one. Byte muck. Yeah, I have that, right? This desk is perpendicular to my current desk setup. Although I don't game on that. That's for my kid to sit and game whenever she wants to do that. My goodness, we got more warnings than we started, do we? No, not quite. All right, we're not using the apps thing. Maybe we should move that vector apps thing to just be a config test. So we only use this in test cases, right? Yeah, Wayland's just not much of a choice for me because I have a need to stream, right? With Wayland, that's a bit of a pain if you want to use a tiling window manager. It's not much choice. That seems stable enough, but one day we'll try it. Could we just use self apps here? Although we are technically reducing the number of calls if we do that, right? Yeah, but wait, KDE is not very tiling window manager, unfortunately. But if I were to swap to Wayland or recommend Wayland to someone who's a bit more of a normie, then I certainly would say KDE is a good choice, right? Okay, so we got, you know what we're going to do? We're going to deny things here, okay? It's time to deny. Can you please deny missing dogs? All right, now if you deny missing dogs, that's a different story. Okay, so everything is documented according to this, is it? That can't be right. This should break a whole lot. We don't need you. I don't even know if we need you. All right. Now, there is a case of making a distinction between something like a rectangle and a box. If you want to have like a center point and you want to grow a box from that center point, that's one way of doing it. Another way of representing a box would be 4 vertices, one for each corner, or a point, one in the top left corner, one in the bottom right corner. Now, I've gone for the 2 points in this case to represent the rectangle, right? But there are various advantages and disadvantages doing this thing. I haven't given it much thought, right? A rectangle composed of 2 points is sufficient to explain that. This can be constant. Oh no, we cannot. Because that into, right? I'm using I3. Create a new rectangle from the given points. The top left corner of the rect. The bottom right corner of the rect. Create a rect from a top left position and a size. Now, this one is a little bit weird because I initially thought about this as creating a rectangle from a center point instead. So a center point and then you scale it, right? But that might not create the vector or the rectangle that you're expecting, right? Anyway, the center of the rect as a vector. Do we need this? Do we even need this abs thing here, right? Let's do a ref check. Oh yeah, there seem to be a few places where this is used. Okay, but is it used outside of this function? Probably not. So we will get rid of that and smoosh it up here. Okay, so returns true if the position is contained within the rect. Check if a rect is intersecting another rect, right? Get the 4 corners of the rectangle. That should probably be something like a point, shouldn't it? But what's the difference between a point and a position? So let's just say a position instead for this. Get 4 positions representing the 4 corners of the rectangle. Top left, top right, bottom right, and bottom left is equal to rect dot corners, like that. There we go. So we get a little bit of example as well, right? Does rect work if it's top right and bottom left? Well, you could move, you could like flip the rect, but sure. You can do whatever you want with the numbers. These are just abstract representations of things, right? Okay, so this one, AABB, this is the one I'm going to solve today, okay? So we're going to comment that out for now. That was not commented out. Could you... V? There we go. A size composed of a width and a height. Not the width. So yeah, it's a little bit silly to document things like this, but it's better to document everything unnecessarily then missing things. This is a sprite, so we'll come back to you. We're gonna get rid of all that and panic here. Okay, so that was basically everything that's public is now documented. Now I probably broke a lot of tests doing all this, so we're gonna go through and fix those. So let's have a look at 169. Okay, these are not floating point values. Whoops. And now they are. It's a little bit annoying to have to do this, but a lot of things are annoying. Okay, let's see what else is broken. 138. Same issue here, right? These have been updated. Next issue, matrix 252. There is no F32 needed there. That would be that. And if it's a position, I guess we can write position 2D instead, right? It's a little bit nice, a little bit milder, a little bit nicer. All right. Oh, and that, okay, so all the tests are now compiling. That doesn't mean they're passing, but they're compiling, right? Okay, let's see. So this is our translation test, and that's our scale test. These are, we have translation, we have scale. We're not really doing anything else here. We have the orthographic stuff. Maybe that's actually in here though, right? Yeah, we do have the orthographic matrix in here. But I don't know if I want to write a test for that. Also, why are you public and you're lacking documentation? That's kind of awkward. Yes, amongst other things, Neuromancer. And also, I said this in the past, I'm not a game developer, right? I've been a programmer for many years, but I've never written an actual game of any substance, right? And when I want to do something, I want to understand how everything works up to a degree, right? There's a line that I don't care to cross for resource reasons or timing reasons, right? But when you're building something, you should try to understand what it is that you're building and how it works. You should try to. It doesn't mean that you have to understand every minute little detail, right? I think the funny thing with this is if you go, how do I rotate a vector? And then people, well, you take the x value and then you multiply by the sine of the rotation minus the y value multiplied by the cosine of the radian, whatever, right? And you ask them, and they go, okay, but why is that a rotation? What is it that makes that rotation? And it's like, what do you mean? That it's just how you rotate a vector. Okay, but why? Where did these values come from, right? And I think a lot of people, me included, right, know how to do something, but doesn't necessarily understand every detail in it, right? What library are you using for network sockets? My own library. Hello, Skylar. How you doing? And so there's a point to these ramblings, right? I don't think that you have to be good at math to do game development. I think game development will make you better at math, but you have to be interested in learning that, though, right? So there is that. So geometry and maths, right? So we're going to say that. But more important, why is this thing not failing my matrix? Because this one does not have, if I made this public, it should. Yeah, so that's missing documentation for the module. And now there's a lot of things. But this is awkward because we have undocumented functions, but it's not failing on those. Man, Skylar, when I read the first top of your message, my mom disappeared. I kind of got a bit of a scare, right? It's like I thought like your mom had gone missing, but reading the rest of it, I'm guessing she's gone to the shops or whatever, right? She's not been missing for 3 days. I'm sure she'll be back soon enough. I don't know what that even means, winter coding, nor do I believe you're right. I think you can learn what you want to learn, right? I mean, unless you mean that you can't put two numbers together. If you're struggling with 3 plus 2, then you're probably not interested in game dev, of course, right? But there's so much wrong with what people believe about programming, and it annoys me a little bit, right? It annoys me a little bit because people keep propagating or perpetuating these stereotypes like you have to be good with math to learn functional programming. Get out of here, man. You can just make shit up like the rest of us. But more importantly, why are these functions that are public, why are they not tripping up the... Oh, maybe they are. No. Why is this one not tripping up the deny missing documentation? That's really weird. If you're bad at trigonometry, you fall short. Absolute nonsense, winter coding. If you stay bad, as in, and I don't even know how you qualify bad, but if you can't pick it up when you need it, then yeah, you can't complete the task, all right? But I put that level of thinking as just self-detrimental, right? It's like it serves no purpose to think that way, right? Unless, of course, you are really good at math and you want to feel good about yourself being good at math, then by all means, right? But I don't think it's good to perpetuate that, right? You don't have to be good at math to do programming, right? There's what makes people think this, right? What makes people think that is because people keep saying it, right? People keep repeating it without understanding why you have to be good at math, right? I would argue that I've met a lot of mathematicians that has been really bad at programming, like terrible when it comes to actual programming. But to these people, the programming was just a means to an end. It wasn't the final thing they did. It was just another milestone on the road to somewhere, right? Because they don't understand how computer work. Partially, but I think a lot of it is also down to people just not caring, right? I have terrible handwriting. If I were to show you my handwriting, you would throw a fit. It would be like one of those sequences from The Ring. You would just collapse, right? And then the girl would come out of that book with her weird hair and everything. Anyway, but where am I going with this? Anyway, yes. No, I had terrible handwriting, but writing things down is just a means to an end. If my goal was to do a nicely handwritten book, then it would be terrible. And for anyone who's interested in making nice handwritten books, they will look at my handwriting and try to send me to prison because it's so bad, right? Handwriting, yeah. Who write things by hand these days? You analog freak. You old grey-haired analog freak. Math is part of the computer. Well, I mean, they're yes. Anyway, yes. Well, the thing is, though, Jonas, right? What we're looking at here specifically is referred to as linear algebra. And I'm really shit at linear algebra, right? But I can understand it if I have to. And it is work to understand it. You have to put in work to learn it, right? But this is what I'm saying. You don't have to know math to do programming. You don't have to know math to do game dev. But if you want to rotate an object in 3D space, you're going to have to learn some math, okay? I mean, you could get by with libraries, right? But if you want to understand or implement it yourself, then you have to learn it, right? And that's the important thing. What you have is great, but what you're getting is better, right? You might have some basic knowledge of trig or geometry or whatever, right? And that's great. But what you need might be more, and you will build this knowledge, right? Technical artists are different breed. Oh, are you talking about like technical drawings? They are very detailed, right? You're talking about these kind of things. Although I feel like this one doesn't really match a lot of what you see, but yeah. Oh, I blocked Twitter. Twitter is not openable on this machine. Look at this mess. But yeah, if you look at like old blueprints and stuff, right? Yeah, you have to know what to do to get what you want. Absolutely, right? But there, for instance, there are libraries out there that will give you a function that produces an orthographic matrix, okay? Does that mean that you have to understand how exactly an orthographic matrix works? No, you don't, right? You don't have to understand how an orthographic matrix works or why the numbers are what they are, right? You can work around that. But more importantly, why is this not throwing an error? This is really confusing me, right? We are saying that we are denying missing documentation, right? You're not allowed to have anything without documentation. Okay, cool. Here we have a square matrix that has a public function with no documentation. Why is this not failing, right? Our shader programming. Why is this not raising an error? That's what I want to know. Okay, chat. I care about your opinions and your thoughts now for the next 5 minutes. You have my undivided attention. Can you tell me why this function is not raising an error? Why is this not raising an error? When we deny missing doc in the entire crate, we have a public type that has a public function that is not documented. Why is this not raising an error? It's awkward. It's weird. Exactly, Jonas. So why is it not, right? Why is it not doing what it's supposed to do? Oh, that's pretty cool. It documents itself. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Missing docs. In this code, I expect the missing docs lint to warn about T, but it doesn't. Why is that so? Okay, let's have a look. So the crate is denying missing docs. Okay. Oh, what a great feature. Yeah, please let me share either with email or through Twitter. This is not public. This is public. This is public. But this is documented. Why would this warn about T? This is never exposed. No one can access this. Yeah. Okay, this is not confusing to me. That person is confusing. ¿Qué quieres? Okay. We're not going to open Reddit because there lies dragons. Here be dragons, right? Because the matrix module is not public, but the type is public, which means all its functions are public. Hello, Ryan. Nope, that's not enough, Scott. Everything that is public has to be documented. So if we, and more importantly, if we were to put this here, it still doesn't trigger. If we put it on the matrix itself. Right, we have to put it on the import block. We would have to put it here like this. This should trigger, but it doesn't. And you don't have pub use matrix square. I do. Oh shit. You're right. You are absolutely right. We are just making a type alias for this. Wait, hang on. Does making a type alias circumvent this? Man, can we still use the type alias? Let's go to the server here. Let's do this. Use we can. Okay, that's weird. A type alias makes it public, but it doesn't trigger through the use. We can do it from here. Cargo doc all open. Oh, I can promise you I can get to the square matrix. The square matrix may not be clickable, but the type alias is, since the type alias is public. It doesn't show you the functions though. That's sort of awkward. Can we do this? And I don't remember the name of any functions we have on there, but it shouldn't be an issue calling them. Well, let's call the identity function, which incidentally is documented though, right? Yeah, we can do that. We probably go to the definition there as well, right? This is, I'd argue that this is not right as far as Rust goes. Let's make a small example of this. The type isn't private. There is nothing private about the type. If we made this pub crate, no, there's no way this would compile. I will eat my freaking hat if it compiles, right? Yeah. I don't even have a hat. I do, but you know. No, that's not it. The type is public, and this should be no difference than doing a pub use create matrix as math, right? Except in this case, we're specifying that it's a 4x4 matrix specifically instead of this. That's the we're gonna call it mathy now, right? There we go. This is weird. This is very strange. What are we doing, RudePaul? We're looking at what I think might be a bug in Rust, but I'm finding it hard to make this into a single sentence to describe it. But having a type alias seemed to circumvent the documentation and subsequently the lints. That's odd. I could do that, but I specifically only want to expose the 4x4 matrix, right? If I make the matrix public, then I am exposing all the matrices without knowing whether I need them or not. So for that reason, I think this is wrong, right? Okay. I'm going to chalk this down as being a bug. Let's see. Rust public type alias does not trigger lints. No, it can't be an issue with Rust docs, Tenek, because this is not triggering, and this should also trigger. So it's an issue with linting as well. This is not about type aliases, though. I don't care about the documentation. Forget the documentation. I care about the lint. This is not triggering, right? Or are you saying that the lint for the documentation? Because it's the linter, not the documentation. That's the issue, right? Anyway, it doesn't really matter. We're going to document it and just move on. But I think it's weird. I think it's weird that this thing doesn't... And it doesn't show the documentation either. It's like you can circumvent things, lints and other things by using a type alias. Let's have a look at the Rust reference then. Type alias defines a new name for an existing type in the type namespace of the module or block where it's located. Type alias are declared with the keyword type. Every value has a single specific type, but may implement several different traits and may be compatible with several different type constraints. For example, the following defines the type point as a synonym for the type tuple of bytes, right? The type of pairs of unsigned 8-bit integers. Okay, a type alias is a tuple struct or unit struct, cannot be used to qualify the types constructor. A type alias to a tuple struct or unit struct cannot be used to qualify the types constructor. What does that mean? A type alias cannot be used to qualify that type's constructor. We don't have constructors in Rust. Help! So mystruct, type alias mystruct. Okay, type alias doesn't work. Okay, really? I didn't even know that, right? I did not even know this. Type alias when not used on an associated type must include type and may not include type parent bounds. Type alias when used as an associated type in a trait must not include type. When used as an associated type in an import trait, import must be included into the type specification. Yeah. Where clause before the equal sign or type alias in import trait are deprecated. Where clause after the equal sign are preferred. Okay. This is awkward. But okay, we're just going to document it. Again, we don't even know if we're going to have this after all, right? This is just a... We might never have anything other than a 4x4 matrix. And if we do, then we just export it, right? It's fine, right? Hello, Julef. How you doing? Actually, out of curiosity, what happens if we do this? Pub type mat is a square matrix for pub use create matrix mat. Wait, only this? Damn, okay, right. But I can't be the only one who thinks this is weird though. Okay, anyway, let's go and document this thing regardless of what we have. Let's find the import block. Create a new matrix from a translation vector. Thank you, Blast Code. You know what? I need to buy some flour dirt. I'm gonna remember to go and buy flour dirt because I have to travel again tomorrow a little bit. But I should be back in time to do a late evening stream, maybe. All this Easter bullshit, right? Create a new matrix from a size representing the scale. Wait, why do we... This is creating a new translation matrix. Ugh, okay, let's just not worry about it. Hello, my Mac, how you been? It is quite fun, but I need tea. Don't have to document these things. All right, okay, we have documented. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I said with a lot of gusto, right? Well, you better have a wonderful day. All right, let's get wrecked. And let's have a look at this thing. I saw that, Scott. Did you see my question? I asked, is it coming back or is it gone for good or what's it like? All right, we removed generics from everything. So that part is done. Clear out all the warnings. All right, let's do that. Oh, there's so many of them. Maybe we can't clear out the warnings yet. Why do you want to use async with a game engine anyway? Why add the overhead of an async runtime, right? Yeah, kind of more on board with Neuromancer there, right? It's not just game engines. All right, but we can rotate a vector now. What's the next thing to do? It's to make an AABB, an axis aligned bunny box from a rotation and a rectangle, right? So it's this code here, right? We have to rotate the vector. Why? I can't remember why we have to rotate this. Oh, because we already have a rotation. Oh, that's why. They have the type alias in the test. Pub type, string error, missing documentation of a type alias. Yeah, that's for the type alias, but not everything you expose with a type alias though. Frequent communication between the server and the client with many tasks happening at once in the background. Maybe you're thinking about a game engine of a different nature then, right? Because waiting for a lot of tasks each frame sounds terrible. That sounds like a recipe for missing frames, right? Or a lag, right? And it's pretty custom. The only libraries we're using are for audio and drawing, and then some things that I don't want to do myself, like prepping types for uploading to the GPU. Hopefully for good. Nice one, Scott. Nice one. Yeah, I need to clock up some more kilos. Absolutely. Keep saying that, man. And then yeah, I need to eat 5 times today. Yeah, so why in that case you have your game engine here. This is your game loop. Actually, let's just draw it as a loop, right? So you have your loop here that does whatever. You have your channel input here, okay? And then that's the end of the loop. And that's inside one thread. And then you have your other threads here where you have your async waffles, right? Async. And that will just communicate with that guy, right? So what's the complicated aspect of that? You're not going to do multi-threaded rendering, right? When it has its own runtime. Yeah, but that's just for rendering, right? That's literally what we've worked around with this client server stuff though, but that's just for rendering. Yeah, you can certainly, you just try receive here, right? You just try, I'm not going to write that out, but you try receive in here. If there are messages on it, then you pull a message, deal with it, see if you still have frame budget, Pull the next message, deal with it. Do you still have frame budget? Okay, pull the next message, right? Deal with it, and so on and so forth. Leaving yourself a bit of room to upload to the GPU, right? It's kind of annoying. But how is that annoying? Is it annoying, or is it that you're uncertain whether this is a sensible thing to do, right? Because there's whatever you're gonna upload to the GPU, you just say, is this do I need this? Is this relevant, right? You have the render loop owned by Winit, and that's all you have to care about when it comes to GPU, right? You have to run that on your main thread because bloody mobile devices and crap. But other than that, there's no reason you have to do anything on that thread other than read window input and upload to the GPU, which is literally what our client library does, right? It just reads the input, uploads that to the server, gets information from the server, uploads that to the GPU, and that's it for the client. It's very dumb. It's very simple. It sounds insane. Really? Why? Multiple Tokyo runtimes in one app? Wait, why would you have multiple Tokyo runtimes? Why do you need more than one runtime? Hello, Davros. No, you don't need an, oh, good grief. No, don't run a Tokyo runtime for Winit. The reason Winit has async stuff in it, my bag, is for WASM. It's for the web. You can just block on that. Okay, why am I telling you this? Look at this. Let's just wait 10 to 8 weeks for this thing to pop up, right? Where's the async stuff? Here we go, right? The new function there. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. This is all you need to do. You can block on this thing if you're not going to run this in the web, right? All right. Fine. I mean, you can still use the same runtime, my back. You start the runtime and then you spawn tasks for the non-game engine stuff then, right? You still don't need multiple Tokyo runtimes. I think that's something that a lot of people think of, Davros. Someone, not today, but soon, someone made a game where like your goal is to solve some kind of crime or whatever by talking to LLM, TTS, NPCs, right? But no, my bad. You can still just spawn a task then, right? You don't need to run multiple runtimes for that still. LLM villagers in Minecraft. I kind of feel like if you can give them actions to do, but just having LLM output, no, not possibly. You can, most certainly, okay? It's not a possibility, it's an absolute. Go and do it right now. So I think it's but chatting NPCs using LLMs is not that exciting. If you can have NPCs acting, that would be better, right? Like, imagine having an NPC leaving his shop to go and punch another NPC in the face because he got annoyed with it. That would be fun. You can use pretty small ones and run them locally with something like Olam, I guess. But I don't know, right? I don't know. If I'm doing like in a big scale game, you definitely want to use your GPU for rendering, not for LLM message processing, right? You'd be like, oh, shopkeep, and the shopkeep's like thinking. Oh, fuck this. I just nick all this stuff. . No, you don't have to fix it, my back. Obviously not. But you don't need multiple runtimes. Just spawn a task. Okay, what am I doing now? Oh yes, AABB intersection. This is in the rectangle. So we need to rotate this thing for some reason. I don't remember why, but we're gonna do it. This is a test as well. All right, so this, okay, now we can implement this function, right? This should not take a transformation matrix, it should take a rotation instead in rads. Okay, so we're gonna get the corner, south.corners. Why are we making that move? Oh yeah, because we're gonna return it. That's why. Okay, this is giving us the center of the rectangle. Let's make sure that is actually happening now, right? So we want to find the center. So given one of 0 to 16, the center of this rectangle should be 8. But that should be a test for this in the rectangle already. There is a test for this in the rectangle already. What are you doing? Let's get rid of you for a second. Nothing that a little bit of panic can't solve, right? Right, and then where are you? There you are. Right. What? Oh, missing documentation. Make an AABB from this rectangle given a rotation. There we go. So this one gives us 8 by 8. That is correct. Now, that means that we have the center point of this. So we're going to go through each corner. We're going to move it to the center, rotate it, and then move it back. Right? And then I deleted all the code. We don't have to do the rotation. We already have the rotation, right? Flume is absolutely fantastic and is 100% the recommended channel library for Rust if you have to deal with async and async, right? You can make one of those IO games, Davros, where you have a lot of pretend players, right? It doesn't have the close method. What does the close method do? Oh man, I'm getting sniped here. Tokyo. Let's have a look at the channels of Tokyo. So which one is it that you want to have? This one completes when the receiver was dropped. I see what you want to do. You want to close the sending thing, and you want that to trigger a close of the receiving end, right? I have no idea what that looks like on your end though. Where are you waiting for this? When are you waiting for this to close, right? Dropping the channel cancels the work, but it will do that with Flume as well. If you drop a channel, it will just shut down the. If you drop one of the ends of the channel, it will shut down the other one, right? You have an is disconnected that you can ask for. But receiving on a closed channel will probably trigger this. I think it's you, Davros. It's just you. You need to detect that though in my work function. Yeah, but so then you're blocking your work function on that, right? Or anyway, you will get there. I am confident in your abilities to get there. Okay, so we need to move, rotate, and move back, right? So let's start by translating the corner into a new position, right? So let's take the corner, which is a vector. So vector dot translate to a new position. That's going to be the center position. which should also be a vector. Or rather, we're just gonna take the vector minus the center. Is that right? Yeah, I lost track of what I was doing. And then we're gonna put it back. Oh, listen, work cancellation in Rust async is an ongoing tedium, right? I'm not gonna get into it. Like cancellation of work is a task, right? It's an ongoing thing. It's not just you though. Okay, so we translate the corner, then we're gonna take the corner, we're gonna rotate this by some radian, right? And then we're gonna reset the corner to the center. And then we're gonna make a new... We don't have to do all of this, I think. But we have to set the... Well, I guess we could do this. And that would be the final corner. I've wrote this down already. We don't do that. And we don't do that. No, this is old hat. Okay. So now we're rotating this 45 degrees. We don't need no rotation matrix or any of this crap now. We're just gonna rotate this thing. What do we call that? Make AABB. I don't love the name. We're just gonna pass in the rotation. We're gonna change. Yeah, no, that's fine. The result should be a new rectangle. So if we rotate this around its center, let's print out what we end up with here. Okay, there's something being printed that we didn't want, which is the center, which was the correct value though. All right, well that is possibly right. That's 22, but that is not 22. So there's something else missing here. So if we were to look at what it looks like when you rotate a vector, or a box, right? A square box. If we were to draw a straight line there, it's not quite straight now, is it? So we want to visualize this. So to rotate this 45 degrees, it certainly isn't square, but that means that a small portion should stick out there. Man, can you set these to be a given size? No, you can't. That's okay. Let's just rotate this back and then try to make it square. Squarer. More square. Squarier. All right. So this is a very scientific test, so you know, right? So what we probably should have a roof as well, shouldn't we? We should end up basically with something that is kind of poking out. So if we remember that this is 0, 0 in the top left corner. That was not 0, 0, that was 9, 0. So this is 0, 0. We end up with a negative... Get out of here. Oh, man. There we go. We end up with negative values, right? So, but we can roughly see what this. Now, I happen to know that a 16 by 16 square rotated 45 degrees should have a distance of 22 in between. But let's verify that, right? Let's just draw a square that is 16 by 16. So that means that the distance between these 2 points should be 16, right? Or 22. And it is, right? You can see the 22 when I drew it. I mean, maybe you didn't see it, but if you look at the numbers in the bottom left of the screen now, right? So now we made it 3, 11, 13, 14. No, oh man, I can't point to the value, but you see a little circle with a square and some lines in it that shows the distance, right? And it's 22.6, right? So it should be roughly 22.6. So if we rotate this thing now 45 degrees, oh, that's beautiful. Okay. It's difficult when you work with smaller pixels, right? Let's just flatten this. And let's rotate this. Come on. Go on then. Like so. The distance between these two should be about 22 here. And you can see that 22 value there, right? So that's why I know that it should be about 22, what we're looking for. And we do get 22 along one, but not both, right? So, no, don't run that test. There we go, right? So -3 to 19 is about 22, right? But 0 to 16 is not, so this has not entirely worked, right? We can also see that we go from -3, which means that we moved just a little bit out on the left side, not far out. So we haven't rotated around the wrong point. This, on the other hand, should probably not be 0. That one doesn't sit right with me. This one should probably be a -3 as well. And that should be 19.3, right? Okay, so let's step through these values to see what they actually end up being. So we have the corner, we rotate the corner, get the final one back. So we can observe the corner at least, right? So let's put a breakpoint here. And change music while we're at it. All right. So we can start by looking at the center. That is 8 by 8. Sounds pretty good to me. Okay, let's look at the first corner. This corner should be 0, 0. And it is. So this corner, once rotated, should end up with a negative value, right? So, well, now we translated the corner. So it's -8, 8, right? Because we moved it out from the center. Then we rotate the... Oh, shit. Oh, no, that is right. But is that right? Okay, is my rotation correct? So that's x multiplied by the radius cosine minus y multiplied by the radius sine. And then y is multiplied by the radius sine plus x multiplied by the radius cosine. Okay, let's look at rotating a 2D vector. And we can very easily verify this. All right, that's cosine minus sine. That's sine plus cosine, right? We can literally see it here, right? X multiplied by cosine of theta. Theta is our radius. That's x multiplied by radius cosine minus y. Sine. Y multiplied by radius sine. So that looks right to me. Oh, but this does not look right to me. Ah, right. Okay, that might have been the mistake. Let's verify this. Let's find another rotation that we can use for this thing. Yeah, this one says the same thing here. Even though this is the question, but I'm assuming that it is correct given that we're looking at the same output, right? So that was possibly a little bit of a math issue, which means that my notes might be wrong. So I better go and check in my notes. It says, yes, it is wrong. If this is correct, then my notes are wrong. Wrong thing. Okay, that is still incorrect though. Whoops, let's run that again. Okay, so we're gonna rotate the corner. So X and Y should be roughly the same, shouldn't they? No, that's -5. Is this really correct? What does the final corner look like? 8 and 2.3. Maybe the mistake I'm doing is in no, we still have to use the min max values here. And we're changing these values too, so that's not right. So that should probably become self. But then it ended up at 1616, so that is also not right. Okay, let's do rotating a square. No relevant information found in, okay, rotating a box. Was that what I was doing though? Eventually, Kennedy. Hello, Yusef, how you doing? We do a bit more specific, and we might find some. Let's have a look at what this thing says, right? No. Okay, let's try duck.ai for this. Okay, I want to rotate a box by supplying a radian, and I want to rotate its corners around the center point of the box. Let's see if this is so this is calculating the box, right? We don't need this. The center point of the box is at origin 0, 0 if the box is centered there. In our case, it's at 8, 8, right? So we could position the box at 0, 0 by giving this a -8, like that, and that would be a +8. Now the origin should be 0, 0. And it is. So let's make the rectangle exist at this position instead. So if we rotate this 180 degrees by just applying pi, nothing should have changed. And it hasn't. So that is correct. Yes, there's some oddities but that's just down to precision, and it's just F32 magic, right? But this is not correct, okay? So if we're rotating it around 0, then let's have a look at this thing, right? So first of all, x is equal to x times cosine minus y times sine. I mean, this is literally what we have. So far, I think maybe it's just my calculation of the box that is wrong, of the bounding box. That when I went and added the self thing here, which I think might not be the right thing to do. No, we're probably trying to find like the smallest values of these corners. So let's just, instead of fixing the bug, let's observe it first, right? So our first corner should be now in 0. Oh no, the corner is already at 0. I'm good, ICS. How you doing? So then we're gonna rotate this corner, and what's the corner at now? After we rotated it, it ends up in -5, and our radian should be 0.78. All fine. Sounds good. Sounds good. A non-axis aligned bounding box. No, it's very much axis aligned. But what does this rotation mean? Can we observe this? Maybe we can't. I mean, maybe we can, obviously. So let's look at a rotation matrix online, right? You gotta chuck the online in there. So one of these is probably gonna be able to, okay. This one doesn't actually show us the matrix, so that's a little bit useless. I wanted to be able to observe it. That was good. That one just gives us the cookies. I wonder if this one does anything. Okay, here we go. All right, cool beans. So if we have a box positioned at, let's see, 0, 0, 0, okay, and we, oh man, can I scroll this? Oh man, it's hard to see. So this is, what is this value and why is it all 1 here, right? Did I accidentally click something? I mean, I'm guessing it's supposed to be the set value, but this thing there, okay, we can just resize this thing, right? All right, XYZ, that's fine. That's our identity matrix right there. And that's our position there. And what is it that we have? What is our point? It is at -8. So we're going to translate this to -8 before we do a rotation, right? So that would be -8. And U should also be -8, like so. But for some reason, I don't see it. Okay, there it is now. Okay, and now we're supposed to do the angle. The angle, well, so that would be equivalent to 45. Why is this thing not moving as I'm changing this? Okay, there we go. Wow, right. But it is not working the way I thought it was going to work. Happy to hear it. No, I'm just looking at these things. I wanted to see the rotation of... I'm trying to figure out where I've gone wrong. Angle is in degrees here. How do you know that? Oh, I'm guessing because of this. All right, but then 0.7 should be sufficient. But it's not rotating it the way I thought it was going to rotate. It says degrees. There we go. But it doesn't seem to do anything now that I do that. Okay, I want to see maybe this thing has some stuff. Right, now I get that. Your spider sense is tingling. How you doing, Rebel? Oh, look, we got a visual representation of this thing. That's really cool. I mean, what do you want to do with it, Chanman? Right? I don't have a career in data and analytics, so it's a little bit hard for me to say. But pick whatever is interesting from that list and start learning it, or look at job ads and see what they actually want, and then you just learn that. Point to rotate runs 0, 0. That is right. What are guys in the data team? Like, most of my work is kind of like has been sort of consulting, which is not necessarily dealing with the analyst, right? I mean, I've worked with analysts and stuff, but none of them knew Python to start with. None of them knew any of the things that you talked about, except knowing how to bang out some SQL queries. But they knew other things, right? What was I doing? What does this thing do? Compute input. Okay, right. So that's in degrees. So if we say 45 degrees here, how can we have a direction of rotation? Yeah, so that's the is it always going to be your game engine using Bevy, Rust? No, we're not using Bevy. We're making our own engine, right? It's hard to say then. I want to see a nice visual representation of 2D, right? In 2 dimensions. I'm guessing. Can we stop this thing? Can we like not give it a function? Oh, I see. But then the thing disappeared. So let's just do that again. And then not play it. Okay, so this one puts negative down there. And this looks right. So this point, yeah, so we should look at a point where both the X and the Y values have changed. So there's something else wrong with it. Even though my rotation calculation is correct, there is something else that is wrong with it that doesn't add up. Because this should have 2 negative values for the X and the Y value. Okay. So what about just rotating a point in that case around, let's just rotate -8 by -8 by 45 degrees, right? And then we're gonna not do that. We are gonna do that. So res is going to be the point rotate against the rotation Oh, hang on. Maybe we're gonna make rotate return self, so it returns a new point. Like so. That still has the same output. A 3D transform visualizer. Now I want to see it rotating a box, right? It looks like a cool tool though, right? But this is doing what we had before, but we don't need that. We want something a lot more simple than that, right? No, leave page. Get out of here. I'm just confused why my rotation is wrong. If I set this point to be at 0, 0, there should be no rotation value. That is correct. It is at 0, 0. If I set it to 1, 1, and we rotate it 90 degrees, then it should be at 0, 1. Wait, am I a dummy? That is pi divided by 2. That's 90 degrees. Right? If you rotate a point at 1, 1, 90 degrees. No. That is not right. If we rotate this 90 degrees, it should be 1, 0. This should be 1, 0. But it is negative 1, negative 1. That can't be right. No, it's still negative 1, negative 1, whether we have this 1 or 0. That is clearly not right. So if we have a point here, right? Whoops. And the center is 0, and we put a point up here. Can you please click? There we go, right? And pretend that this is 1, 1. If we rotate this 90 degrees, it's going to end up down there. So 0, 1 becomes 1, 0. Okay? There's no confusion there. Well, either way, either 1, 0 or negative 1, 0. It doesn't become 2 1s. There are not 2 1s in the output, okay? There's no 2 1s in there. This should not result in 2 1s with this rotation, right? But it does. That means that the rotation is wrong. Except this doesn't look wrong to me. That's a rotation. Yeah, we don't care about that. Okay. You need to use the, oh, fill sticks. Oh my god, you say thank you. Man, I love it when you guys have valuable things to say. Damn. What a spot. What a spot. Okay. Oh. Goodness me. Goodness me. We actually have someone who's awake in the chat and not just spouting. Thank you. Ah, nice. Now that's more like it. And that means that we're rotating counterclockwise. Wow, what a catch, man. What a catch. Okay, let's try this then. Yep, that is right. We're rotating at 90 degrees. Legit non-spouter. Legit non-spouter. Although that seemed odd to me. -8 to 8 when we rotate 45 degrees. That ain't right. That means there's another issue here. Okay, but we can at least verify the points now. Let's bring the point back. Okay, so a point that is fixed at 8 and 8. And we rotate. Actually, let's fix it at 0. So that is going to be 8 by 0, right? We could write out a nicer version of this, couldn't we? Actually, let's not do that. Let's not worry about it. So this one goes to +8. Yeah. So you're literally swapping place. These two values are swapping place when you rotate it 90 degrees, right? And we're rotating this around. We pretend translated this to 0 being the origin. So it's 8 points to the right, which gives us a -8, yeah? No. Then it's clockwise. Now I'm confused. Is this clockwise or counterclockwise? Why is this not a negative? If we rotate in that direction, then that should be negative, right? Okay, forget about that. That doesn't matter, right? If we change this to 45 degrees, we should get somewhere in between, right? That seems to be okay to me. So if this was 8 by 8, and we rotate that 90 degrees, we still end up with 8 on each of these. That's a -8. Then it is counterclockwise. Okay, whatever. Yeah. So then if we rotate it 45 degrees, we end up with 0.11. Is that right? How does x become 0 there? That doesn't sit right with me. X shouldn't become 0 there, should it? If we rotate this 45 degrees. Oh, 8 by 8 is a 45-degree diagonal. Oh, that's a good point, QLogic. Again, you guys are on fire today. That is a good point. So it should absolutely, it's already started at 45 degrees, so you should absolutely end up at 0. And -11 should be fine, which means if we rotate the point in the other direction, it would also have a -11, which when you put those two together has a distance of 22, which is what we're looking for. Right. What a find. Okay, right. So rotating the box 45 degrees. Or rotating a point at 8, 8. we start off with -8. -8, right? Rotating this 45 degrees should put this to 11, right? So that puts our max Y value at 11. So we should just print out the Y values and the X values as we come across them. I think the issue is elsewhere then. So we have the rotation. We're going to rotate this as long as, wait, we have a rect. What are you griping about? Oh, you can't have the J in there. No, wait, that can't be right. That is definitely not right. But now we're going to print out the corners after the rotation. Like so. What? What? All right, let's have a look. Yes, this is probably more what I would look for, right? And then, but then I have to calculate the translation here, don't I? So that puts the corner at 0, 0, right? That should put it in the center. Why is it not in the center now? What? Oh, right. Sorry, I'm a dummy. That is the X value. But these are... Is this just translating 1 point? Yeah, now this is not doing it. This is not doing what I wanted to do. But I think, thank you for that though, right? I think I found what I'm looking for anyway. The issue is elsewhere, right? So let's just get rid of this for now. And let's look at the corner here, right? So first we're going to translate the corner to the center. Then we roll, okay. That's what the issue is. Okay, we rotate the corner, but this no longer mutates it, right? So we're gonna rotate the corner and add the center. And that's the final corner. So we can do that. Or the find all corner, if you will. Now you don't have to be mutable anymore, okay? You can rest easy now. Okay. Hopefully this will show us diffs that's ranging from positive to -11. That is it. Okay. Wow. We got there in the end. Okay. This was not a mathematical issue. This was a typo. Okay. A typo is what this was. Anyway, thank you guys for that, by the way. Thank you, Yusef and QLogic. You had very, very useful input, and thank you for reminding me that sometimes it's worth reading chat. Okay.
Don't be so hostile, streamer.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit jaded, is all. And thank you, Rebel, for the participation, though. Just sometimes, yeah, but you find like nuggets of gold every now and then, right? So now we have to figure out what the largest value is and the smallest value of these things, right? So if we look at the output of this thing, we have 0. So we're gonna set the We have to use the min-max now, right? For the, where are you? For the rectangle, right? So we're going to use the smallest x value, or min x. That's going to be the final corner. We can make this up here by setting them to self.x and self.y, right? Now, that is not how you do it. But either way, we're just going to find it. So it's going to be corner.x.min existing x, right? And corner max existing. And we're going to do the same thing for y. And this is how we're going to calculate the final rectangle, right? So we can use the rectangle set x to be rectangle x dot min corner x, right? No x. Oh, that will be start. No, we don't need that. Forget that. Right? But goodness me. Rect start. There we go, right? So we're going to take the start value where it is and set the min value to that. So it's always going to become smaller, right? For start. Now, this is already wrong. I know that, so don't worry about it, okay? I already know that this is wrong. But I do want to see, it's not stop, it's end. It's not traffic lights, is it? I do want to see the output of this. And there it is. That is the correct output. It's to my right. And I would argue and say the keyboard is not white, it's black, but the caps are white. I'm kidding, I know what you mean. Okay, so this is now showing the wrong value because we used min everywhere when we should use max here. Hello, Anakim Lurk, how you doing? All right, so this is now showing the right thing. But what happens if we rotate this thing? What happens if we rotate this thing past the x and y values? Okay, hang on. I am not making any sense. I never remember what TLD they have. .com. Oh, no one remembers .com, right? So can we build a shape with something in it and then group these shapes together, right? Is there a group button here? More tools. No, I wanna group. Okay, there we go. So this should rotate the whole damn thing, right? Yes. Okay. Wow. We can literally see what I'm solving here as this dashed outline. I didn't know that. But yeah, that's it. That is showing what I'm actually solving here. this dashed outline is the bounding box we're creating, right? So here's the thing, right? If this is the top left value, if this is the start value, what happens if we rotate this thing all around, right? So there we go, right? So we've now rotated this thing 90 degrees, okay? Now we rotate it 180 degrees. And with 180 degrees, we're putting the start value in the bottom right corner and the end value in the top left corner. So rotating 180 degrees would probably give us the wrong values, right? We can see this by just changing this to 2. Actually, that's not wrong. That's very much right. No, this is my right hand. I know this because this is the hand I used to shake hands with. And I have a wedding ring on my left hand like a normal person, right? I don't know why I said that. No one cares about that. Okay, so fine. This is working then. This should just be -8 to 8. That should be -8 to 8. That should be something different. That is 45. That's 22. Yeah. The rotation is always around the center of the rectangle. Yes. We translate the points to the center, rotate, and then translate them back. Because, again, this is what we're building. We're literally building this dashed border around this. I could just play with this all day, man, because now we can make this. I'm very happy about it. Okay, but in that case, we're done. I don't like the whole make AABB thing, so we're just going to rename this thing to AABB. But yes, so now we can build the action. Now we can get to the actual game engineering, right? By going to our server and implement something such as a player inclusion zone. Oh, right. We're not looking for matrices in this case. We're looking for something else, right? Let's say that we have a filter sprites. Then this item becomes a sprite. And the output becomes a sprite as well. Okay, so now we can just take the sprite here, not call it math. No, I am specifically not doing web and WASM because I'm not interested in web and WASM, as I intend to utilize for the networking 2 channels, one going over TCP IP. Why did I say that? One going over TCP and one going over UDP, right? So we have guaranteed order delivery over TCP for things like chat, authentication, and blah, blah. And then we have UDP for game state changes, right? Yeah, I just don't see the point in trying to wrangle, like smush that into like a WebSocket solution or web transport. So, I mean, we probably could, but that is not the main goal. Now we just have to see if the start or the end, or rather our inclusion zone, is literally another rectangle. So this could be a rectangle instead of having a start and an end. And then we could just see if the sprite, let's do this, sprite.bb, okay, or AABB, okay, let's be good and proper. If this intersects with self, right, so self.rect.intersects with AABB, okay, that's what we're interested in. Now we just have to make this a part of the sprite. Apparently, I already sort of kind of possibly done this. This is wrong. That, on the other hand, is what we're looking for. That should give us a rectangle from a position. Well, networking in general, Neuromancer. I mean, we already have a lot of networking protocol built for the web, right? So we use TCP/IP of the web. So that's kind of the traditional de facto. I know this quick and all that, but forget that for a second, right? And then we have web sockets, which is sort of like establishing a connection, and that's also over TCP, right? So if that's all you want to do is like send text or binary blobs with ordered guaranteed delivery, then yeah, totally a solved problem and easy to work with. But the moment you want to color outside the lines, it isn't, because you're trying to do something in a space that wasn't actually built for it, right? Now, a 2.5D I have only ever heard as referred to as mid or late 90s PS games and onwards, where you kind of had 2D in a 3D world. Doom is a little bit earlier than that. But Doom is not the true 3D, obviously. Anyway, why am I talking about this? Whatever. So this will be a position 2D. And a size. This will be fine. All right, and that should be a comma, not a multiplier. And that should not need a mutable reference. So that is it. Then we're going to do AABB for this thing with self.rotation. So that is giving us the axis aligned bounding box. But Trine was a lot older than what we call 2.5D. I think if we do 2.5D game, we will most likely see these like typical platformers. This is just isometric, so this would be. Yeah, you know what? It's difficult to say. I don't think we ever really had a definition of 2.5D, I suppose. I suppose we never really defined it. We could. So this looks like it's not really 2.5D. This looks like 3D with a bunch of billboarding, for instance. So I'm gonna go on a limb and say that 2.5D is what I refer to as old platformers that had the aspect of 3 dimensions, but I don't think it has an actual definition. So I'm just gonna go, yeah, sure, everything's 2.5D if you want it to be, kind of thing, right? Hello, mentalist. How you doing? How you been? I would have thought of it the other way around, Beliar. So this term became popular. There's a particular game on the PlayStation 1 where you're running around a tower, and the tower is rotating as you're running. I think it's like a Crash Bandicoot thing or whatever, right? I think it's one of these things, but maybe not. No, it's not the. I thought it was Crash Bandicoot, but maybe not. It could have been. It could have been another one. But it was definitely a 2D side scroller, but it had sort of 3D aspects in it. But either way, it is a loosey goosey term, so we don't have to worry too much about it, right? I'm doing good, mentalist. I'm doing good, thank you. When did the first mainstream or consumer multi-core computer release? We've had threading for a long time, but not true multi-threading for as long. You had like the context switching threads, right? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But more importantly, we should now have the ability to do this, right? So let's write a test for includes. There's a lot of warnings, and we can clear out these warnings now in the Geo project. So let's get rid of some of these warnings before we proceed, because I don't think we need anything else for now. For instance, we are never using the abs on the vector because we are doing that calculation in one place and one place only. The same thing with the size. We're not using this thing either. No, that's that one. This is it. Add a sign and sub-assign is not used. For the rect, we don't need the matrix. So this might result in me breaking tests, but that's not an issue. We don't need any of those either. What we could do at this point, before we bother, is just run a cargo T and see. We have one failing test, but that's okay. That one is failing on purpose, right? So let's do a git add, git commit, added AABB, right? I'm gonna push this, and then we're going to do a cargo fix all. There we go, right? Now we can go into Geo. Actually, what we should do is git add -p and see what we fixed. Okay, we removed unused things there. That doesn't have to be mutable. That's fine. Get rid of a bunch of things. That's cool. That's some test code. Okay. Then we're just gonna git add, git amend, git commit, amend, and we're good with that. And then we're just gonna git push that and force that, and because we don't want to make a secondary commit for that, right? It'd be silly, right? Yes. So let's see, where are we at now in the Geo? Cargo check. Let's see how. Okay, we have no warnings there now. Okay, then we can go to the server and we can do a cargo check here, and we have loads of warnings there. Okay, but that's okay, because this is what we're gonna start with, right? I don't know if we're gonna have a file or a module called player that owns the inclusion zone or not. We're gonna change soon. Do we start a game yet? Not quite, but we have done this now. All right, so this is done. Now we're working on the player inclusion zone, or PIS. Apparently, that was not intentional. Where are you? There you are, right? Okay, so that one is done, or dying, if you will. Clear all the warnings, done, ish. And this is done as well. So we're really looking at the player inclusion zone now, right? This is game without engine, game from the engine, right? Kind of, right? I'm building a bunch of things that I want to use, and my goal of this is not to make an engine and give it to you guys and be like, hey, build a game with this. I'm sure there are better engines for that. This is very specific for building multiplayer LAN games, right? Or multiplayer games that you would run on a server for you and your mates. This is not 900 player MMO anything, right? So this is kind of a bit niche for that, right? And the other thing is we're building this 2D only multiplayer. It can probably handle a decent amount of players. And I would love to test this at some point. But it is doing everything on the server. So one of the core aspects of this is that everything is done on the server. You write your game on the server. It resolves physics. It executes game logic and do all this stuff. The client is just input supplier to the server, and the server gives the client the change sets to render. So the client will get some information and it will render this information, and it will tell the server, I got this change set from you. The server will then mark that change set as done and give it the next change set kind of thing, right? Everything is running on a delay, an artificial delay. So you have a delay which is happening and is there for your interpolation, right? So the client will delay and then it will interpolate between the frames as well, right? And there's obviously there's change set merger for when I want to send you a new frame. I'm the server, you're the client. I'm going to send you a new frame. You haven't acted the old frame, the old change set. So I will merge that with the current change set and send that to you, right? And if you don't act any of my change sets, then I'm going to assume that you're gone, right? If you can handle 5,000 versus 5,000 entities, it could have potential for military simulation, perhaps. Why on earth would I want to do anything of the sort, right? I would find that very off-putting to have anyone using my software for anything, right? But no, okay. So includes is going to make the inclusion zone, right? Inclusion zone, and this has to have a position, right? So we could give this a position and a size, right? So let's have a position. That would be a position 2D, and a size that will be a straight up size, right? Whoops. Size. There we go. Right. I don't think you use military software based on some random dudes, whatever, right? But then we're gonna make the rect here by doing a from position and passing the position to the size, and that's it, right? So now we can make this. This can definitely be const, I think. Stop complaining. There we go, right? Can from position not be constant? Is this constant? It is. So why can't you be constant? Didn't I just say that? Oh, you know what? Forget you. That's a position 2D. And that's a position 2D. There we go. Don't need to overcomplicate life. Thank you for the follows. Right. When you don't have notifications, you have to make them yourself. Okay. Inclusion zone. So that will be inclusion zone, new app. Oh man, I have that is like that, and gambling and economics are like fields I won't work in, right? Banking and stuff and gambling, and it's just not right. I need to correct my notes here briefly. Because I wrote the wrong thing. So that's gonna be I have to write this. Now I understand why we write this as X prime and Y prime. So the way you would explain or write the rotation, which this was a small detail, and now I can answer my own question, right? If we quickly take a look at the Geo project here for the rect rotation, point rotation vector, there we go, right? There we go. If we look at this thing briefly, I understand why this is written as X prime and Y prime. Actually, not there. But if you were to write this out, you would have written them as X prime is equal to that. And y prime is equal to this. Okay. So why does that matter, right? Why does it matter that we have the prime thing here, right? Well, because this could have been written like that. And that is kind of what I did. And that would have been wrong, right? But that is wrong. So I kind of get it now, right? Same thing, yeah, pretty much, right? Okay, so let's put the inclusion zone to where the player is in the world, right? So let's say that we move the player to somewhere like 100 by 2501. Okay, we should be able to do this. And it has no, the tick is denoting a new value, right? Maybe someone who speaks maths can do this better than I do, but writing x tick or x prime is saying that this is a new value. So when we're using x in the subsequent equation, we're not using the newly calculated x. We're using the old one, right? Is your vector struct vector after the 2n? Yes, with a const generic. Gambling, banking is boring, which is why I won't deal with banking. Okay, and it has unethical aspects to it. Of course it does. Everything does. Banking is boring. Gambling is straight up unethical. Things that are directly contributing to the death of people, I'm also pretty allergic to. Right. I would be pretty miserable if someone told me that something I wrote was used to kill people. Right. It depends on what part of insurance, of course, but yeah, not to each their own. Like, you guys don't have to feel the same way I do, right? I mean, please don't. We'll make it 100 by 100. Actually, let's make it 320 by 200 for funstickles, right? So this is our inclusion zone now. Why are you failing? Where have I used that? In the sprite. Oh, right. So I should probably fix all these now. Then we don't need that and that. There we go. So no wonder that one was griping at me. And there's another busted size. This one too. The texture ID doesn't matter, right? Not these days, Dido. People can't afford that resolution. That's a position 2D now. Okay, and then this one's probably just panicking or doing some stupid thing like that, right? So let's fix this thing, right? Gambling, digital cigarettes. Yeah, gambling is very problematic. But on a side note, the fact that not only once but twice I've heard people conflate gambling with Balatro, and I think you have to be a delusional idiot. I'm sorry if you think Balatro is gambling, but to say that it's gambling and should be 18, but having games with violence in it, I think you are so detached from reality that I don't even care what you have to say. Okay, I can't. Right. I can imagine if you saw a screenshot of Balatro and you see the chip and you see the like straight flush or whatever, and you'd be like, gambling. But you're an idiot. I can't help you. You're a stupid person if you think of Balatro as gambling. I can't stress this enough. And if you're in chat and you want to argue against this, please don't, because the only thing will happen is I will think that you're stupid and I will not listen to anything that you say ever again, right? You are simply an idiot. I can't help you. And I have no intention to. I'm sorry. Oh, Balatro, man, Dido is like the best game ever. Buy it. Buy it now. Buy it quickly. You'll win lots of money. If you guys haven't played Balatro, you have to go and play this. I can imagine if you see this, that you'd be like, oh, gambling. Look at this. All right, but no. What the hell? Live action Balatro. Okay, I'm not even going to click on that. But this is probably the best card game I have ever played. It is so fun. But that's not arguing. That's not arguing that Balatro is gambling, right? I mean, who do you think made those chocolate cigarettes, though, Enrico? There's 150 freaking jokers, and they make the game so fun. You can literally win by playing one card. All right, that's insane. Okay, are we compiling, but we're seeing errors? Okay, so but this is correct, though. That is probably not correct. No, that was the old output. Is Balatro controversial? No, of course not. It's a card game, right? Just because it happened to use the rules around 4 of a kind, straight flush, 3 of a kind, pair, 2 pair. That's just the point scoring mechanism of it, right? It's no more controversial than Slay the Spire or anything like that, right? It's just an insanely fun card game that you can play. It's just like you play it for a couple of minutes and then you move on, right? It's a really entertaining short round play kind of game. Unless you're really good at it, then you could probably spend hours playing the same game, right? But yeah. Nah. You're not gonna troll me with that bullshit. I'm not biting. There's no gambling in there. And like, you're so detached from reality if you're sitting there going like, what was that? What was that? Like, there's so many ultra-violent games, right? I mean, some of them are 18, but there's so many like non-18 plus games where you're supposed to beat the living daylight out of someone and like, oh no, that's okay, man. But oh no, gambling. Right, but it's not gambling. Oh, I see cards as gambling. Like, oh, you're an idiot. You're gambling with your time. You're not. You're enjoying your time. I heard you play and realize it's 1 a.m. and you have done nothing. No, Cubs, you're confusing it with YouTube, okay? Okay, anyway, let's output the box then. If we have this positioned at, let's put it at let's get to translating and rotating again, right? So this should give us, okay? Let's write some documentation here. Okay, rotating the box by 45. Whoops. Degrees should give a min max that totals 22. So if we look at the, well, we could just print out this thing, right? Because we know that this is right. We're just going to write a test. Oh, panic already. We're just going to write a test that says that this thing is correct. And now our assertion is going to have to use a, a actual abs. Oh, then we need the abs again, right? No, we can just say that actual is equal to expected. However, this might, again, because of rounding errors, fail on some machine. Oh, we can't even do an equality check. You want to learn hacking? Electreno, try not to lean too hard on ChatGPT. Start by learning the basics. So you go to python.org, right? And then you go to learn. You can do tutorial, right? Go and read through this and understand the basics of programming, okay? Hacking has nothing to do with programming, okay? You can use programming to assist yourself with making tools, but hacking and programming are not tightly connected in that sense, right? In the same way that you might be, actually, I can't find a good analogy. We're programmers talking about programming, right? Yeah, that one's not complete, Enrico, right? I think learning the language and learning the basics of programming is your first step. Now, can we chuck partial equal here? Hey, there we go, right? Yeah. So that you might use it to build some tools, but I think anyone who's interested in hacking should have a clear moral compass before you do anything of the sort, right? Do people still make the distinction between a hacker and a cracker, or hacking and cracking, right? Is that distinction still alive? Or do we sweep that one under the rug? All right, so there we go. Okay, that one is that's all this function should do. It's not just the dev, it's like security. Hacking is probably, the majority of hacking is probably social engineering. It's way easier to tell a person to give you their password than it is to try and sit there and break the password algorithm, right? But again, this is not my, I'm not interested in this. This is not my forte. So I don't care. All right, let's see. What have we got going for us here then? We got the, oh man, we're almost there now. We are writing a test for the inclusion zone. So if I place an entity outside of this zone, we need, oh, this is where things get so ropey. Woo! Okay, gripe at me then, will you? That doesn't have a type, that's why. But now we have to put some sprites in there, right? So let's make a function for this, right? Hello, machine. How you going? You got a new thing going for you. What is that one? Marathon reveal runner. What does that do? Okay, so we need a fake texture ID. And we need a texture size. A game you thought were cool, but a lot of haters are catching wind of it. Really? What does that mean though? But do you think the game was cool? Did you think the game was cool, right? Or use this protocol between server and client. We're gonna use probably to start with, and I want everyone who listens to this to. I want you to put your hands in your pocket and just keep them there for 5 seconds now. Okay, maybe 5 hours. We'll see. We'll start off with just doing bin code and TCP and UDP, right? So protocol wise, we are just gonna have some basic encoding of the packets, length prefixed, probably, along with some. We're gonna add like error correction and stuff like that later on, but in the beginning, we're just gonna have some basic packets going, versioned, numbered, length prefix, and something else. We're going to use bin code for making this thing being very smallish, right? It's an extraction shooter. So there is another game called Escape from Tarkov that started the genre for the most part, and fans of that game don't like the competition. Oh man, I played a lot in my book, Zero Zvet, and I thought it was great. It's an extraction shooter, but it's like a friendlier extraction shooter. And I've seen Temporis play a lot of Stalker. I don't know, like what does that mean though? Are they ruining the stream somehow, or fans being fans? Let offset equal position to the 0. We have 0 offset. Hello, Pear. How you doing? Position, size, and rotation can be 0. Actually, we're gonna pass in a rotation as well, but just because I like to write rot. How far along am I? We are not far along at all. We have written a basic library for geometry and maps, and we have a client that can open a window, but that's it. It just sets the GPU up, so that's not a lot. And then now we're on the server writing functionality to filter entities that can be used when composing the snapshots. Let me have a look at where I am with things, right? So snapshots is the thing that we're gonna work on soon to have to figure out. You know what I did, guys and dolls? That was an old movie. I bought a beanbag, and my goodness, is that a good investment or what? Whoops. It was so nice. I forgot how good they were. Oh man. I'm using WGPU here, but on my machine that's gonna translate to Vulkan. The HAL, the hardware abstraction layer, is a GFX RS. HAL? No. What's it called? Oh, forget about it. I don't remember. But yeah, it translates to Vulkan on my machine. Seeing the beanbag right now, nice. Oh man, I have to look up what that is. Do I want to know what that is? Oh, right. I mean, that looks comfortable enough. My kid kind of wanted like a hanging one of those in her room. But no, the point with a beanbag is that it's very light and very mobile. So if you look behind me, there's not really anything here. Right, the whole room is kind of empty in that direction. So I could have a sofa over there if I wanted to watch something on this monitor, but it's a little bit too far away, right? So being able to just plop down a beanbag on the floor and stretch my legs out is super nice. And I have my table for writing over there. So I just put this chair on that table that you can't see. Right there, beanbag on the floor for when I want to take a break. Super nice. What was that noise? Oh man, I hate this song. I wish you could just ban music. They look like tripods, yeah. No, these are, that's, I can't see it. There we go. That is various, just stands, right? There are various stands in varying shapes. Some of them are pretty tall, goes past the ceiling height. Some of them very short and very light. The biggest one, oh, you can't see it now. You can see it there, maybe. The biggest one in the back there, that thing, that's a really big one that can do overhead shots and stuff. It's not a tripod, but it is something that is almost like a tripod, right? And I got C-stand there and another C-stand that you can't see. Very useful. Hello, Da Vinci, how are you going? Yeah, absolutely. I have lots of, I mean, you can see the lights, right? That's an SL300 there in the corner, which is not mounted to anything. 150 there, but normal light panel there. And I have more lights and stuff. So when I want to set up a scene and do something, just grab a stand, couple of there's some crossbars for doing backdrops and a couple of for the lights and stuff. It's very easy, very quick to set things up, right? So let's make a sprite, and we're gonna put this thing at let's do an import here, just because it'll be easier to do that. So we can do make sprite something 0, right? And let's set the position to 0, 0 with a size of 100 by 200, maybe. So this should leave us with no, if we collect this thing, This should leave us with nothing. This should be an empty output. Or, you know, it doesn't compile. Where's the cat tree? We don't have one. I have a bunny though. He got some upgrades yesterday. He got 2 new rugs to run on, and he has not pissed on either of them yet, so it's a matter of time. But we expanded his world because bunnies don't do well running on slippery floors or like your average wooden floor, right? They need some traction, so they need to they want to run on dirt and stuff. Okay, so this is not compiling. Why not? Probably because the impl into need to, so we say position is position into, and size, whoops, is size into, and that should fix that bug. Right, I'm not reading the error messages because temporis isn't here. Fine, I'll read it. Okay, what? Sprite can't be formatted. Really? We can't do that with a sprite? Okay, well, we'll fix that. That shouldn't compile then, should it? Because the cache. A vex sprite is not an iterator. Are you simple? Oh shit. I probably should have done into instead, right? A year learning and trying to use Sig. Nice. Well, and the thing is there any takeaway though, Da Vinci, right? There's gotta be something you learned from your journey that is meaningful to you, right? That's always how I look at it, right? No matter what I do, language-wise or project-wise, there's gonna be something that I learn from it that makes it worth it, right? Right. Ah, right. Why can't we use that? Hmm. Uh, but I thought that was, no, you thought wrong. Okay. Okay, there we go. You know, dream about Rust? I dreamt that there was a baby that could speak. I mean, since we're sharing our dreams. And I was very surprised at that. Where's that fun hat of yours? Well, it's there, but it's not on my head. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Wee. All right. So that was an empty list somewhere. Let's panic. All right, there's our empty list. Okay, let's make one which seeps into the inclusion zone now, right? So if the inclusion zone is at 100 but spans all the way to 320, that means that the smallest value on the x-axis would be 120, right? But if we make it 110 with a width of 10, that should put it at 120, right? So we make it 10 by 10, and then we have to put the height position somewhere. Let's set it at 2500, right? So we should get one sprite in there. Now we did not. Oh, biscuits. Maybe it's your subconscious telling you it's time to change your passwords, right? Your security team is in your dreams. You need to go out more intricate. But why did you not end up in the inclusion zone? You can wait another 4 days then, intricate. Don't worry about it. Until you can't log in one day. Or you like, oh, I gotta do something. And then like, oh, I can't. I gotta do the password bullshit. All right, what if we do this then? No. Okay. That means that I am missing a detail in my spritery. Size. Is size modified? That's the pixel size. That's the UV size. No, size is what we give it, right? Okay, let's put a breakpoint here somewhere. Let's put a breakpoint in here. Okay, let's look at the AABB of the sprite. All right, 0 to 100 by 200. That makes perfect sense, right? Let's look at the code for intersection testing, right? We make both of them absolute. Why? That's already wrong. Okay. No. Okay, that's just wrong. Oh wow. Okay, let's write a test for intersection. We have an intersection test here. Oh, this one doesn't actually do anything with the test. Okay, so for value in intersects. Anonymous. That scared me. Yeah, tough those things indeed. Thank you, Anonymous, for a gift sub to Tough Titties. You'd have your doctor pull your tube out without Novocaine. That's a pleasant dream. So for value in intersecting, and we do the same thing for don't intersecting. Or not, as a human would say. Wait, what was the error? No, that's not the right error. Oh, it is 2. Into then, right? Oh, probably from. Can we have it from impl for the rect? No. That's gonna be a bit meh to do, isn't it? Why did I get rid of that? Oh, forget about it. We'll just do the into. I have to fix some things now. I'm guessing this thing's also gonna be knackered, yeah. Or not. Yeah, we can do box intersection check, right? We can just look that up. Bounding box intersecting. This one is doing abs again, right? Oh, this looks familiar. Yeah. Hello, Void. How you doing? No, I'm reading chat like a mother, right? Chat away. How you doing? How you been? Did you guys ever watch The Wire? Where Snoop goes up to buy the nail gun and he goes, "Nah, man, you've earned it like a mother," right? 160. Ooh, Nelly. Now that's a crime if I ever saw one. Oh, so many. Okay, now that's fine. But 126 is not. Oh, man, I have to fix these as well. Oh, rubbish. Goodness me. Goodness Cretaceous. This is such a busy week. Are you guys having a busy week as well, right? Like a socially busy week. I don't want a socially busy week, but it is a socially busy week, right? Intersecting. Not intersecting. There we go. Yeah, what? Okay, this one should not panic. We're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna clean this up. There we go. So we are... Do we know what this thing's gonna be? Now that we check this, we're gonna just copy this output. Oh, look at that. Ayushman's back. Where have you been? Where have you been, Ayushman? I haven't seen you in ages. Some other dude was around pretending to be you, but we never believed him, right? I bet, ICS. Yeah, I have to do something tomorrow in the morning. So either a later stream or whatever. And then on Thursday, I have to go to a barbecue and do something there as well. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it. So explicit panic. Yes, yes, it is. Okay, assert equal expected and result. You good? Wow, there we go, right? 2 right. Okay, we got the player thing still knackered. And why is that? Oh yeah, we need the rect to have whoopsie. Extra whoopsie. Rect to have an inclusion test. An intersection test. That's what we needed, right? Well, yes and no, Pierre. I'll do it when it's in my house. I do it there because I don't want anyone to mess with my barbecue and my smoker. But I don't mind, right? I do like I think I'm more like walking around socializing than anything. The mingler, okay? If I was a Batman villain, I'd be the mingler. I just walk around and ask awkward questions of people. So, how long have you been pregnant? You not? Okay. Do you often get mistaken for a man? This is why dating is hard. Okay, so let's have a look at the intersection test, right? So, wait, why is this an intersection that could possibly work? This not doing anything. This is making an AABB. Right, so that is no intersection testing happening there. The test is just poorly named. Can I come to your engagement party, Priven? Don't invite your girlfriend. Just be like, nah, it's me and this other freak, man. We're like, we're hanging out, right? I got the rest of my life with you, but you know. Yeah, I don't know why I did that though. We're gonna have a few in there. Yes. Okay, so let's do an intersection test on this thing. So we're gonna have a rect dot intersecting with another rect b, right? That message, I can never let that one through, mate. Intersect. Oh, I'm invited. That's not, even if it's like even if it's kind of like a polite gesture, I appreciate it, right? Maybe it's not at his house though, Ayushman. Where's this engagement party? Should we invite the entire chat? Assert, please. There we go. Yes, failing. All right, let's do fastest way to detect box intersection with pseudocode example. Also, I want a burger. Hey, you gotta tell the internet what you want, right? Even if it's a bar, still gonna go into your house, man. All right. This didn't load anything. Are you bamboozling me? Imager is broken. It seemed to be. You have to drop it in Discord then. For each axis in our case, we're just gonna have like an XY set, right? The slab method, which checks if array intersects an axis-aligned bounding box. Here's a simple pseudocode example. All right, let's just copy this into something that makes it readable, right? Ooh, Nelly. There we go. This pseudocode looks a lot like Python, if you ask me, but okay. Yeah, you can't do the slap method, okay? That's how you end up alone. So for every axis in the box, but what's an axis in the box then? So box min axis ray origin divided by ray direction. Is this really the fastest way? And is this really... It's a rectangle, not a box. Someone made a mistake, not me. There we go, right? So if right is less than left and or right is less... Wait, what? Yeah, this is... Haven't I done this in Anathema? This looks very simple. Hang on. Where are you? Is this what you meant? I don't know where you are in the chat now, but okay. So we're looking for that, and then overlap is true, right? So there you are, Tenak. Yeah, so we're looking at the right value is less than the left value, so then it's obviously outside. Or if the right value, wait, isn't this the... Oh, we're checking rect 1 against rect 2 and then rect 2 against rect 1, right? Okay, that makes sense, right? So forget this nonsense. Ooh, what is this music? Get out of here, right? So we say south dot, but now we have to get like a left point. What we do is a start, right? So start x is larger than... No, it's the right is less than left. It doesn't really matter what order we do it in, but if this is the right value, so that's going to be the end, is less than other.start.x, or other.end.x is less than self.start.x, all right? That's it, right? You shouldn't... How do you loop if else? Less than or equal to... Yeah, maybe. How do we define a rectangle? 2 points. Top left corner, bottom right corner. But you could, I just started the stream saying this, you could also go with a center point and a width and a height, or 4 corners. Although with 4 corners, you could sort of do some awkward stuff, like skew the whole thing. So it probably isn't a reason to do a rectangle with 4 corners, right? Mortens B, thank you for the follow. But yeah, we're gonna test this now. We're gonna test this, right? Bonan, where you been? I was waiting for you with a game deal today, and I felt it was a little bit disrespectful of you to not be there for it, right? We were all waiting for you, and you weren't even there, right? Okay, and then this thing should now fail, but it doesn't. Everything's just passing. No, wait, it is passing because I copied the first value. Damn it. I never created the values. Oh, rubbish. Okay, so let's make let's make one at this location that is too small to be there. And then the question is whether this should intersect or not, right? So we're going to get back to that one. And then we make one on the other side. So this one's going to start at 320 or 321 by 190. And now it should be too far to the right, and then the size can just be 20 by 20. Nobody cares about that, right? So this test should not fail, and it does. Okay, now the question is, should this pass? So putting this thing would end up being on the edge of that. So maybe that is fine. That should fail. Yeah, I said fail, but it should not match, right? You could do runtime. Center width and height would allow you to not be restricted to a grid. Not sure I follow. You can represent the same values, right? Almost 5. Shh, Marvin, don't give it away. You were in pain and suffering, were you though? Or were you just slagging off? It means you're an active developer, Skylar. Have I heard of this yet? New vulnerability in GitHub Copilot encouraging how hackers can weaponize code agents. Weaponize. Everything in that world has such aggressive terms. You gotta weaponize the code agents. Or can they attack someone? Dude, they can take your code and tell people how bad you are. I have not seen that, Bonham. If you have 4 points on the corners machine, you end up with 4 variables or you end up with 4 fields representing each point. But if you have 4 points, then you are not necessarily looking at a square, right? You could be looking at something that has, as long as it has 4 points, right? So it can be any awkward teenage shape you want it to be, right? So that's why 4 points is not necessarily a good way to represent it, right? The way I represent a square is with a point in the top left and a point in the bottom right, and then you just draw lines between these, and then of course you end up with a square, right? But you could certainly do the center and then place a width and a height from the center, which would give you something like this instead. Man, I wish they would have fixed that bug, but you know. So you end up with something like that instead, which subsequently leads to your box if you were to draw a line between all of these things. Fine. Millions of repository with security flaws, they should do as well. How do you define a clean bottle in your engine? I don't. You can also do top left and a width and a height. You could do that here, absolutely. That method of drawing square reminds me of the animation tool you used a while back, and cursed that for not being able to rotate the square. Oh, that sounds familiar, Bonin. Why not point of one of the corners and a center point? That makes the least amount of sense though, right? A center point and a corner, then every time you want to know the size, you have to calculate the size. No, I don't think there's a difference between them. I mean, there's a difference between some of these because this one you can represent rhomboids and shit with, and we don't want that because that would be an accident, right? These two are roughly the same. The only thing that differs here is that you have a center point, which means you can say Yeah, I mean, you have a center point of this one as well, but it's represented as a function. Right? But you have a center point, and you can have the corners. It's just how you calculate the corners and the center point. That's all it is, right? Corners and center points. This isn't really any difference, I think, right? Show you my center point. Put your center point back in your pants, mate. All right. So does this compile? Yeah, it does. But is it correct? I don't know. So this one, we're going to make one that is on the edge, right? So we'll make one that passes if it's 2. Square. On the edge of, on the left edge of the square. Let's make one on the right edge. Which means 320 by 2 hundos. And then 2 insides. Now, should this pass? Whoops. It passes. So anything you put on an edge is going to pass, right? And then someone makes a joke about firing blanks as well. And then we've completely gone there. All right. Okay, we have not placed one underneath it, right? So let's put one at 100 by 210. That should definitely be inside. So that one should fail. Why is it not failing? This rectangle goes from 2 to 320. This one goes from 100 and 210, or 210, right? Oh yeah, that's outside. So that is correct. And then the size doesn't really matter. It could be as big as you want it to be. Ain't gonna help you. All right, but anyway, I think we're good. Oh, Ivanhoe, how you doing, right? Yeah. Back to the player then. Whoops. Oh, it's been a while since we did a sys upgrade, so let's do that. Oh, look at that. We have a sprite. That is correct. Yes. Which sprite is it that we have? We have the... Okay, let's try... I say, machine. We're already getting into the server logic now. But I have kept things simple for a reason. Hello, Crispy. How's your change bananas today? Oh, I have to go. All right. That was an abrupt end. Okay, so what are we going to do next? Well, next, we're going to start looking at... We're going to start looking at some other things, right? We're going to start looking at sending things to the server, maybe. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Okay. Oh, I can't find anyone to raid. Okay, so tomorrow, later stream than usual because I have to do social boring things during the day. Or I'll stream earlier than usual and then go and do social boring things. We'll see. I am going to start on the frames then, the changes that we're going to send. To right, Skylar. So we're gonna do the change sets then, right? Where we start comparing frames by frames when we run the server and do things like frame merging and stuff like that, right? And then once we got that, we can start maybe uploading things to the GPU. Actually, after that, we're going to do send resources to the client and then upload things to the GPU. Very exciting. We are making good progress. Thank you all for hanging out. You've been wonderful. Thank you for the subs and the support and the clever comments. You guys are great.